Hi. So, happy birthday to me. Um, I'm being silly and saying that it's not official until um hold on, I'll make sense. Um, it's not official until um 7:58 p.m. That's what I was trying to say. We're gonna have strawberry cake and chocolate icing. Is so good. It's like when you have covered strawberries, but it's a cake. Um, oh, just a sec. So it wasn't something that you can't hear. I just wanted to go to the candy apple store in Tahoe, but uh, um, after yesterday, we couldn't do it. See, Denny's has this birthday meal thing, and it does not change every single time, but they said it does. So then we ended up getting the 10% off instead of the meal. And he says it's the same as getting the freebie, but not husband, but the guy at Denny's. And I thought that was very, he's working as manager and he doesn't know what the meal is for the day. He conveniently said he conveniently said order first and then we'll deal with it at the register. Yeah. Uh-huh. Which is not the way that they normally do it. They normally, tell you exactly what you can order to get the free meal. Yeah. Well, anyway, that's why we don't go there very often. Well, that and I wanted to order the pat roast for I don't know how long or whatever it was. I want to say it was pot roast. Um. Anyway, I wanted to order that for the longest time, and then we finally got enough money to order it, and they didn't have it because they stopped having it. What the heck is up with that? Um. Anyway, I don't. I said I don't like their prices. I was willing to go to Dairy Queen because everybody could get $7 worth of good food. Well, the fries are okay. They're edible. They're just okay though. Um, and I don't think they're like McDonald's where they got apple substitute. Oh, I'm also trying to eat my breakfast, but it'll be pretty quiet because it's leftover pancakes from yesterday. I don't know what was going on yesterday, but all of a sudden my throat did not want to swallow Sprite and it did not want to swallow pancakes. Okay, Jesse. I was going on the side of you can listen to it because it's my story, no problem. I don't know if it's even playing on I mean, in the headphones, but then they started talking about certain stuff, and I'm like, no. So this is why I say 16 and up. I mean, some of the stuff, some of the stuff, is perfectly fine. Anybody could, just about anybody could read it. But then there's those parts where they're talking about things and so today is Monday, and besides it being my birthday, it's also lawn maintenance day. We still haven't moved. We still haven't found a place that like I found a great place, but it's even though it's 900 a month or whatever, um it doesn't allow pets. I know for a fact that they have to allow pets whether the place likes it or not, if you've got a um if you've got paperwork saying that they're a helper pet. I mean a helper animal. Because if you put the word pet, it doesn't count. Yeah. Anyway, we haven't found a place, and we're still confused whether we can sell this place or what. But it's my birthday, so I'm gonna try not to think about it. Um. Yeah, those two. Oh, there's three of them this time. Anyway, they're following me. So we did something that's not really traditional for special occasions last night because it was a TV show, but we love that TV show. So we'll probably watch more of it tonight. Like as much of the DVD that we can watch before father-in-law has to be picked up. Because even though it's my birthday, I still have to take him to dialysis, which is perfectly fine. I guess. Yeah, it's like I got no choice, so yeah, it's okay. I finally got chapter 63 done. I mean, I just started it, I think yesterday. Yeah, it was either yesterday or the day before. Maybe the day before, but anyway, um, I like just started it and I've already got it done. I've just got to put it together in the audio form and it'll be great. I did change something because it sounded a little better with it sounded better with the revised version. Um, that means you changed something. Like of um instead of saying Jim and Jane went to the store, maybe you put twins Jim and Jane went to the bookstore. So it gives you more of um a more clear idea on where they were going. I need. I'm tired of suicidal foxes. I mean, I might be feeling a little suicidal if I were her too, because she's got 3 kids, but no. I I love my kids, so problem is that, you know, um we had a problem and they were taken away from us for a stupid reason. But, so sometimes when I look at them, I'm still, you know, uh, I'm looking at my son and it's like I'm still looking at that 1 year old kid and, I'm looking at my daughter and still seeing that 8 year old. That doesn't sound right. They are like 4.5 years apart, something like that. Would you stop trying to draw and jump off? I mean, speaking of that though, um, we were watching a little bit of Nash Bridges, and thing is that on that episode, there's a guy who had a brother as a cop, and he may or may not have been a cop himself. I'm not entirely sure. You are not leaving me with your kids. Get down! That's it. Wrong thing. Right thing. Let's hope I wrote this down. I know I wrote it down somewhere. Oh, good. I got all my points for today. Anyway, I was telling you all that, um, just a sec, I'm trying to find something. But yeah, I was telling you all that it's, um, gardening day, um, for the, oh, costumes. There we go. Okay. So, no. Um, this slash, this slash. Give space at S space barrier underscore block. And that's it. Okay.
Syntax error, unexpected barrier underscore block, at slash give at
Ah!
s barrier underscore block.
Because I didn't press X. Okay, let's try this again. And please don't ask me if this works on computer. I have no idea. Not G.
Syntax error, unexpected barrier underscore block, at slash give at s barrier underscore block.
It's not letting me get to the point where it's. Darn it. Fine. I've put that in so many times. No, I love my kids, so I would never actually be suicidal. Like sometimes my cats drive me nuts, but I have, you know, I I would never be like that. I'm hoping I'm never going to be like that ever. I was willing to run away a couple of times. There. Okay. Where did the foxes go? They're like, oh, you're gonna put in enough blocks that we can't jump off anymore? Oh, heck no. Anyway, so, because it's my birthday, we ate Denny's yesterday. Like my husband kind of dictated it, but, the idea was to get something that my father-in-law could eat too. Of course, he ordered pancakes. Pancakes is pretty much made out of the same stuff as bread, so he probably shouldn't have been eating them. But yeah. So anyway, and mother-in-law had just eaten because she waited until afternoon to eat breakfast. But anyway, so she just had a milkshake. That wasn't too bad, but the whole bill was ridiculous, I think. Anyway, so I'm still eating those pancakes. I haven't finished yet. There we go. Okay. Now, I specifically did it with the redstone block because then I'll be like, why did I put the redstone block up here? And then I'll be like, oh, okay, that's what I need to do. I think maybe I did something wrong. Or it's because they're having an outage. I don't think that should be changing things. Or at least they were. Hold on a minute. I need to go check that out. Yeah, they're having an outage. You know what? Helps when you're putting stuff in a certain way to do it the certain way. Oh my goodness. Um. Ooh, you know what would be even better? Um, I was trying to make a beacon yesterday out of like I was trying to I think it was out of redstone. Because Preston was trying to do that and it wasn't working, right? So, oh, no, it's Chantel. Chantel. Oh, please. Drives me crazy. There, light blue stained glass. I had a problem where the voice that I was using for the narrator kept saying Shantail. So, thanks to that, though, I was able to figure out that if you do it just right, you don't have to worry about him saying Shantail. Um, like, okay, most people spell Chantel Chantel, but I chose to spell it Shantel. So I just swapped out the C for an S. No big deal. But it still wasn't saying it, but it wasn't saying it right because it wasn't spelled correctly. And so I know I've explained this a few times, but that's what was going on. So um so I started spelling it Shan no Shawntell, and that seems to work. There, that way the Fox family cannot be suicidal. I don't know if you're supposed to say that word actually on YouTube, but they can't jump to their unalivement. Oh, so yesterday I was watching Nash Bridges, and it's the episode where um the guy had a brother that was a cop, and I think he was a cop too, but I'm not sure. I just know that he's wearing he's one of those tall skinny guys, and something about he was wearing his brother's uniform. So that confused me a little bit because it when it makes sense. Um it wouldn't make sense because there were two different sizes, so if he was wearing his brother's uniform, it wouldn't work. But anyway, there, we saved the Fox family. Maybe. Okay, wait a minute. There was a mom and. Okay. I was gonna say there was a mom and three babies. Everybody's grown up but Junior here. Anyway, it scares me when we're way up here and all of a sudden the foxes go to the edge like they're gonna jump off, and that would be very bad unless they got into the water, and then unless they've improved them somehow, they get very stupid very fast. Anyway, so you might hear rumblings over here, and that's the lawnmower or whatever they're using. So, I don't know what I'm gonna do today except for this. So, I mean, I'm working on my story, or, well, I was going to, haven't started yet, but, and this. So, actually, I'm probably gonna do some laundry. I know it's my birthday and all, but over the weekend, I told my husband that he needed to put the laundry in the hamper. I'm perfectly fine doing laundry as long as it's in the hamper. He knows he's supposed to get in the hamper. And so he threw it to the bottom of the stairs and just left it there. I'm like, I'm not picking it up. And I didn't. But I don't want him to get fired either. So, yeah, so there's a character, Elena, in Esperanza's party. And I wrote her as the, uh, not exactly love them, but, love them and leave them type. And so, so she's saying him. She's not saying Sean at all. And Ashley goes and reminds him he's got a name, Elena. And she goes, "Oh yeah, I'm not doing dancing with Sean." All of a sudden, like she, finally decided to use her manners, kind of thing. Like in her head, guys don't have names. They just can't finish that sentence. Anyway, so because it's Minecraft, a kid could watch this, and I don't know. I still haven't uh figured out how many. I mean, like what the age group is that is watching my videos. I think if I could get stuff that was interesting enough that kids would watch it, I'd probably be, just fine. But since, um, since it's adults right now, as far as I know, or, mostly adults right now, as far as I know, um, it's a little different. Okay. Just trying to keep the foxes alive. Isn't that what I meant? That's what I meant. See, I said in one of my books that they've been dancing together forever, Sean and Ashley. And then I go and write in that, when it's more of a boyfriend girlfriend thing, it kind of feels uncomfortable to um, dance together. I'm like, I'm suddenly wondering, is that the way that it would be, or would they just be dancing with each other, like they normally do? I don't know. Okay. And Elena has a sister, Alana. They're twins. Um, anyway, I was trying to make them both be, uh, both of their names starting with an E, but it didn't work. Because I was trying to make them both 5-letter names. And I just couldn't think of something that I actually liked that day. So they became Elena and Alana, and that seemed to work because I was trying to go for 5-letter names. Anyway, so we've got working, a way to get this to work. No problem. Go in here and um, instead of having 50, I actually have 54. I'm not sure why I did that, but it seems to work. Okay, I do have it set up. I don't know why, I just got worried all of a sudden that it wasn't set up properly. Anyway, the reason why I was talking about Alana is because she lies and says, I never stay up for the whole of mom's parties. Well, what they're really doing is she's been dating her boyfriend for 6 years. And her mom wants her to date a variety of guys and never have just one. And Alana's like, heck no, Caleb's the one for me, you know? Um, Elena will eventually uh, find her husband, but he's an enemy pirate type, at least at first. If I remember correctly, at some point in time, she goes and like throws a fist in his face and says, "You are going to stop drinking, and you're going to stop drinking now." Something like that. And he does. but that's like way later in the series. Um, there's one point where, oh yeah, okay, so there's one point in the storyline where Miguel, yeah, I think it's Miguel and Elena, um, they have three sons and they've gone to South America, and Miguel um sees Sean and decides to kidnap him. And the thing is that he was supposed to be getting the teddy bear for Rose, Lily. Anyway, one of the younger daughters, and somebody had stopped to have a tea party because they got Lily Rose. Yeah, they got Daisy, Lily, and Rose. There you go. Daisy, Lily, and Rose, and um, Rose is being made to be in the stroller, and she does not like it. She's not happy. She wants to run around and have fun, and her parents are saying no because they're in South America. Get your little foxy butt over there. Thanks to you, I'm having to put up barriers. Yeah, dang fox. So I had a small big problem yesterday. We were at, like I said, we were at Denny's and we were waiting for the food, and I was starving. Shouldn't have been starving, but I was like really, really hungry. But I shouldn't have been starving because I had eaten something. I ate toast and something else. But yeah, we had that, uh, and then all of a sudden, we're you know we were trying to decide where to go because it's like, well, we need something that people can, everybody can have something that they can eat. And so that's why I went with Denny's, but it ended up being like a lot more than it would have been. It would have been like $28. It would have been like $28 at the most. Um, at Wait, does that even make sense? Okay, 7, 14. 21, 28. Yeah. It would have been 28 at the most. Um, Mother-in-law probably would have had a milkshake or something instead. But if we would have went to Dairy Queen, it would have been cheaper. That's what I'm trying to say. Would have been $20 cheaper at the worst. If all of four of us had gotten the meal like we usually do. So, but it was good. And having leftovers is always good. Especially when you're having to take medicine. And she said, and the pharmacist said, take it with food. Not entirely sure that the medicine's doing exactly what it's supposed to do, but I'm sure it's helping. Um, anyway, problem is that I need to go in and actually talk to the doctor and see if she can come up with something that um see if she can even come up with something that might help with some of the other problems. Eh, anyway, so yeah, so I was working on my story yesterday, and they're having Sean and Jesse um woke up before everybody else. They um showered and got dressed and everything. They put the sleeping bags up next to the couch. Um but there's supposed to be two couches in that room. Um anyway, there's two couches and four recliners. Two facing, the two recliners facing the two recliners on the other side of the room. Um on the other side of the coffee table. And I love that I love that line, but it doesn't make enough sense. It makes it sound like Jake is Jake is a human, but he's got some kind of superpower. But that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that he's talking a little different because he's been drinking drinks. And so Brandon was translating because, he's been around his dad when he's been drinking drinks. And, I figured that Brandon would probably understand better than some what is being said. Although Sean and Jesse didn't understand it. So, I don't know. Okay. That'll help anyway. No more foxes jumping off of things. Parachuting without a parachute. I mean, and look, we're that close. Yeah, there's one small problem. So I had all this stuff written down, and it's on an external that is broken or no longer in the household. Um, I just, I don't know which one it is. So anyway, I had all this stuff written down, and it turns out that um I have no clue what the information was that I had written down. Well, I had it to a point. I went from a crew of over 600 to a crew of over 200 or 300. And I'm like, okay, where did the rest of the people go? I don't know. And I've actually added a few since then. Okay, I gotta have another bite of pancake. Problem is that we don't have any paper plates, and my husband hasn't washed plate plates. So yeah. Now something I do like is that my audio program that I'm using, Speechelo, it has a lot of different voices. So I was able to give each one of the um I was able to give each one of the characters a different voice um for Jake's family, except for Jake and his son Jonah. They have to have the same voice because there's only one guy voice that I liked. Or no, there's only one guy voice. The rest of them are all female voices. But I had to change voices for Ashley. I liked the voice that I had for Ashley. I really did. And then now it sounds eh. So, but it's like, okay, if I was gonna try to talk somebody into being the Ashley voice, what, how would how would I do it? Who would I choose? And I don't know. I was just thinking something, and it might actually make money too. Um, and I kind of hope that they're listening. Um, so, so one of the channels I watch on YouTube is Park Pass, and at the end of just about every video, they have, they try to do it on every video, actually, but, yeah, what I'm saying is when it's Chris, they go and make for dang sure it's on there. And then when it's Amanda only, sometimes she doesn't do that. Um, like she forgot about it. But they usually get on there and they have a little segment at the end where they're saying, you are important and you do matter. And they go and try to, make sure that people know that they're loved, at least by their family anyway. And that's a lot. It doesn't feel like a lot, but it is. If you're even loved by one family, it's better than nothing. But anyway, they have that segment at the end, and I was thinking that if they had stuffed animals with a voice chip in it, if they had, if they had stuffed friends, I should say. Because, it doesn't have to be animals. It could be like a little Amanda doll or a little Chris doll or a little Miles doll. um, but anyway, if they had something like that, I was kind of I was kind of thinking of Build a Bear, and then I was like, you know what? Yeah. So like, if you had a stuffed friend with a voice chip, that said you are important, you do matter, it'd probably be really good. I was thinking that, when somebody's down, they can pull out their stuffed friend and, um, so if you're wondering what the heck a stuffed friend is, it's a plushie. Um, they call them plushies now. When I was a kid, it was a stuffed animal. Um, but then I got to thinking about it. I didn't just have stuffed animals. I had, dolls and, um, I had dolls stuffed with cotton or whatever it was. Um, anyway, I was thinking it would be really neat to have a plushie, a stuffy, whatever you call it, um, that said you are important, you do matter. Maybe in Chris's voice. I don't know. I just thought that was a really good idea. See, and then I got confused because I'm like, in my storyline, I got confused because I'm saying that it was one of the last times that they visited the island. It Not the island, Esperanza's island. There's two different islands there. There's actually three different islands so far. No, four. Sorry, there's four. Okay, because there's like, um, there's Esperanza's Party Island, and then there's the island, and then there's also Antoniana, a guy named Antonio uh owns the island, and so he named his island after himself, but in a girl way, so Antoniana. And then there's Diego's island. Well, there's two islands technically because one was off the coast of Australia and the other one was I think that's what it was. One was off the coast of Australia and the other one was close to Bermuda. Something like that. Um Dang it, get your little tushy down. What is up with the foxes that want to go skydiving without a parachute? And I'm just saying, even if you're landing in the ocean or the lake or something like that, it's probably not. I mean, it's definitely not good to go skydiving without a parachute. In fact, one of the scenes in Lessons in Love, yeah, I think Lessons in Love, one of the, might be Test in Love. I don't know. It's one of those two. Anyway, one of those two books has a scene where Sean and Ashley have gotten kidnapped by Sean's grandfather's mafia minions. And they rigged one of the parachutes to, the rubber band things that hold it in, and you pull the string and it works. They had one, two, three, four, five, six. They had made it to where it would not open no matter what. So Ashley is left-handed. Ashley is left-handed, and I'm surprised my mother-in-law didn't ask me why I was eating with my left hand yesterday because she knows I'm right-handed. But my wrist was being stupid, so I ended up having to eat with my left hand. And it's not so clumsy like like when you break your arm and you suddenly have to use the hand that you're not used to using. It's not like that because when I was younger, I had to teach myself how to eat with my left hand. When I was, you know, needing to eat and feed my daughter at the same time. So so it gives my literally gives my brain a hey, what are you doing? But I can do it because my brain's like, what the are you doing? I know how to do it. So I had to go and do that yesterday, and it was kind of annoying, but it worked to a point. Well, no, it just worked. I want to say to a point because I know that I was having a little argument between my brain and my hand just a little bit. Just because, it was like saying, that's the wrong hand. That's the wrong hand. That's pretty much, all that happened was it saying that it was the wrong hand. But, it worked. So, what I wanted yesterday and what I got were two different things because I wanted to like build my own thing. And, we were trying to stick with the birthday meal. So I ended up getting uh, two eggs, two pieces of bacon, two pieces of sausage, and two pancakes. So I ended up with extra because, I had eaten something for the day. So my stomach's like, you're not eating all that. I'm like, okay. I was fine with it. Anyway. Oh, I'm supposed to be wearing my wrist braces. She said try use my wrist braces while I'm playing video games. Maybe it won't hurt so much. Well, it's funny how we got to Denny's and all of a sudden I had been wearing my wrist brace on that wrist. Um, because it's both wrists that hurt sometimes, but mostly it's the right one. So, um, so I did explain to the doctor, like what happened to make that happen, but I didn't really get to talk to her very much because they were on a tight schedule. They needed to go on to the next patient, and it's like, but nothing got resolved. But it'll be okay. I remember. So at one point, um, yesterday, I was working on um painting houses, but mostly I was doing everything else that I could do. Like I kind of wanted to work on Disneyland today. I'm gonna try to get. Okay, I'm gonna try to get Test and Love done um, by the end of August. That way, I give myself enough time. I don't feel rushed. But I'm probably gonna get it done. I'm gonna try to get it done by the end of the month here, by the end of July. But I really don't see that happening. So yeah, I'll give myself until the end of August, and then I'll be able to. Oh, good, we're almost there. One, two, three, four, five, six. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay. Um. Anyway, let me tell you about all kinds of things with my story, and one of the things is one of the things is that like I said, Sean and Jesse got up, they showered, they rolled up the sleeping bags, put them next to the couch, and the big uh not the big problem, but then they're sitting in the two recliners faced toward the kitchen doors, which doesn't make any sense. Um you would think that they would be sitting in ones where they can see who, what, when, where, why, how comes into the house or comes down the stairs. But anyway, that's the direction they were. Um, okay, blue, red, white. Okay. Yeah, now I know why I don't like Cat's voice. Or at least I'm starting to realize I don't really like Cat's voice over here. Because, she kind of sounds like she's been, doing something that she shouldn't have. Give you a hint. It starts with a D and ends with an S. Has a G in the middle. Yeah. Anyway. But anyway. Anyway, so they're sitting there, and all of a sudden, Lorna comes down. Remember, that's Ashley's grandma. And Sean's like, "Can we help with breakfast?" And Sean explains that he's excellent with eggs, and Jesse is very good with pancakes. And Jesse adds that he doesn't know how, but they never get burned. Well, Lorna's the type that, guys aren't allowed to cook. It's a girl thing. So she says no. And, if she needs help cooking for the family, because it's going to be Morgan and, you know, Lorna and Cameron, Morgan and Hayden, they're 13. Morgan and Hayden's 13 kids, and Sean and Jesse. So, it's a lot of people to cook for. But, Ashley and Chantel come down a moment later, and one of them, I can't remember who, but anyway, one of them asks, can they help with breakfast, and it, and explains that they would like, or Ashley says that she'd like Sean's eggs, and Ashley says that she'd like Sean's eggs, and Chantel says that she wants Jesse's pancakes. And Sean explains, she said she had it. So anyway, the girls go in and help her, and at breakfast they find that the pancakes have been dyed green, and Jesse says you could have made some of them blue, and Chantel goes, "Grandma's favorite color is green," like that, totally ended the conversation. And Chantel teased to Sean that they couldn't have made them black without burning them. So anyway, then Lorna starts asking, "Whose best friend are you? Who's uh, you know, and it gets explained that okay, what happened here?" Anyway, it gets explained that Sean and Ashley are best friends, and Chantel and Jesse are best friends. Oh, okay, this is 9 o'clock, so. Oh, hey, we're done with one section. We need one, two, three, four, five. I think six, seven. I don't know. Eight, nine, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so at least 14. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back. Just a moment. Nope, still here. I mean, still having problems, is what I meant. So the thing is that what if none of this is actually getting recorded or whatever? I mean, not recorded, but what if none of it is gonna be saved when I'm done? I don't know. I mean, in theory, it should get saved locally, but Dreamlight Valley once had a problem with that, so. Uh-huh. Um, anyway, so then uh I think it was Cameron said, it seems to me that you two could have had a really good time with the girls if I mean, since you were all alone together and the one twin, because Sean and Jesse are twins, the one twin says that they weren't allowed to do, I mean, they didn't do anything they weren't allowed to do. That's what it was. So basically saying that whatever they did do, they had the girl's permission. And Morgan chokes on her orange juice because she understands what he's saying. And so she pulled, she um, glosses it over by saying that she was trying to breathe and swallow at the same time. I've had so many times when I did do that, trying to breathe and swallow at the same time, it just doesn't always work. So I wrote that in. And then, because it was written awkwardly before, I have no idea what I had there, but I changed it to she was trying to breathe and swallow at the same time. Like yesterday, I'm not a smoker or anything. I'm definitely not a smoker. Um, I don't do alcohol. I don't do that other stuff. Um, but every once in a while, my throat does not want to swallow. And I'm like, I don't understand why. So, I get kind of worried that I'm going to have throat cancer like my aunt. But then I'm reminded that grandma was a smoker, so maybe Aunt Ruth was too. And, I'm thinking that if grandma was a smoker, when she was younger, maybe Aunt Ruth picked up the bad habit kind of thing. And, that's probably why she got throat cancer. But, like I worry about stuff all the time. Um, like we need to do some kind of tests. Make sure that, stuff like kidneys and livers uh, are not bad, that they're good, but, I don't know. So, anyway, stuff I'm worried about, but so far they're not showing signs of giving up, but I don't want to wait until it's like way too late. Um, So anyway, Lorna starts talking to them again, and I can't remember because this was like last night at 9 something or 10 something that I was working on that. Anyway, so she finally, they're giving her the twin treatment, where you have Sean talking, and then the next person who's talking from, uh, you know, Lorna says something, and then the next person who's talking is Jesse, and then Lorna says something, and the next person who's talking is Sean, and then Lorna says something, and is Jesse again. Trade trade twins every single time, and she finally said, "Stop that! You're freaking me out." And Sean goes, "Oops," and Jesse goes, "Sorry," you know, but he's not meaning that he's sorry. And I didn't even think to have. Well, I was thinking of it yesterday, but I didn't actually do it. Like I was thinking of having Adam get down out of his seat and get something very precious sticky. Because kids like syrup. Kids like to eat pancakes and they like syrup on their pancakes. So, speaking of pancakes, I need to eat a little bit more. I figured it would be the fastest thing. I needed to get something into my stomach fast so I could take my medicine. And and at first I was like, okay, I'm gonna get the bread. I'll get toast. It'll be good. And then I was like, pancakes! I forgot about those. So I made those up instead. Ew, I need to have some water. Okay, I'm not meaning this gross or anything, but like my throat feels like it's the garbage can that is a little too full. Like the like I am not full at all, but my throat's acting like the garbage can or the or the tube that is way too full. And it's weird. Okay, so I'm gonna have some water. Oh, that's the other thing too. Um, yeah, those poles that were over there. We have the poles right here. Um, I'll try to explain. Okay. One more? Yeah, I think. I think I'm building this right. I'm not entirely sure. I'll be right back. Okay, right there. Oh, the top, not the bottom. Huh? Did I do something wrong? Oh. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. I think something got messed up over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. So what we want is actually here. And we don't have the okay. We don't have the you know what? That looks even better. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I already thought of that. Yay. Okay. So anyway, um that's the end of the chapter and I haven't gone further than that. But eventually we'll get to chapter 64 and 65 and whatever else. I want to say it goes into like 75. But don't let that scare you because the whole book is only like 457 pages or something like that. Um, I don't actually know how many. Paper wise is 451, so it's probably about 441 book wise, where the story actually is. So, hold on, I have an itch in a really weird spot. Like if there was an ant crawling on the back of my leg. Ah, there. Okay, so my footrest used to go up higher than it does, and then my cat started sleeping on it, and I didn't think anything of it, and it probably just needs to be like tightened or something, but it doesn't go up as high as it does, so I just had to kick him off of here. Not literally kick him, but yeah. In fact, it used to go up too high. Okay, so if I can, I want to finish all the rest of the colors. And if I can't, then if I can't do that by 10 o'clock, I'll just stop where I was and, or, finish that particular house. But I want to get to the house that's back off. So I think it was last week he was sniffing my pizza. And he was sniffing it way too close, like he was going to go and eat it. I thought Coral was the only cat that thought she was Italian in the house, but apparently Sam does too. So, then yesterday he was sniffing something I was eating, and then today he's sniffing my pancakes. Okay. So, when I'm done with all these houses, I gotta put in all of those poles. And when I'm done with all the poles, then I can start in on, see right over here, I can start in on all those businesses. Aren't those lovely businesses? Um, yeah, they're divided up, but that's for a reason. Um, all the houses are divided up, and I was toying with the idea. I didn't know if I wanted to do it or not, but I was toying with the idea of putting um businesses across from businesses, and make more sense. But then I was like, it's better if it's houses this way and businesses that way. I don't know how I'm going to do it though, because I usually make the building at least 20 by 20, and okay, I'm trying to give myself, there we go. Okay. There. That one's already done. Oh, it's going to be a pink two-story. Yeah. Forgot for a moment there. Anyway, so we're trying to get all the way down to the next set of colors today. And I don't know if we're going to, but we're sure going to try. There is one in one of the next set of colors where the two-story is already the correct color because he made it all dark wood. Ow. I don't know why. All of a sudden my elbows started hurting. Like I've got some kind of, like tennis elbow or something. Now, so my sister-in-law is trying to get me to, like, learn um, doctor words so I can kind of explain more intelligently to the doctor what's going on. And it's like, yeah, but I don't know that that's what's going on. I don't know what, I know what hurts, but I can't, like, necessarily tell you, okay, that's my, say, gluteus maximus or something like that. I think that's the word for your butt, but, um, and why would you use that term? And, why would somebody want to use that for, for that part of your body? Um, I don't know what people like to hear and what people don't like to hear when it comes to Twitch streams. Like, oh man, it's that one, right? Great. Then it's gonna want me to log in too. Huh. No, okay. From my email. Okay, is it from my other email then? Hold on, I forgot to sign in. And then I forgot that I was gonna need to sign in, sign in, sign in. What? Stop! Okay. Good. Yay. Woohoo. Now, if you can find me somebody who's written, if you can find somebody who's written Word, I'd be interested. I'd be telling my husband that's what I want for my birthday. Um, I actually told him, um, that, no, it wasn't Clue, it was Monopoly. Um, okay, so, Walmart has Harry Potter Monopoly, and I want it so bad. I wanted it for my birthday, but he said, Christmas would probably be when we could get it. I would like it if I get both, but they're pretty expensive now. $10 game, a few years ago has turned into 40 or 50. It's ridiculous. I know, I'm saying a lot of things are ridiculous, but at least I'm not like my mom, where, my mama, I mean, where she's going, candy bars used to be 5 cents, full size candy bars. The regular full size, not the king size. I mean, I could kind of understand the king size being $2 or the regular candy bar being 50 cents like it used to was, and the king size being a dollar 50, something like that. Yeah, I could understand that because you get more food out of it or more chocolate, depending on how you're trying to look at it. Because if you're on a diet, you might be saying, I'm going to cheat and, this has got more sugar in it or something like that. But I was, pretty good yesterday because I had the idea of getting Coca-Cola, and then I was like, nah, I'll get Sprite. Still sugar. So, sometime today I have to make my birthday cake. I don't know. Oh, I can't make my birthday cake. He didn't um, wash the pan that I need. You're probably saying, can't you do it? No, that's his job. I do laundry because he had no feeling for uh, doing laundry. He just threw everything in the washer and hoped it came out clean, like his mother. Um, the only thing she separates is whites. And I'm like, we have a ton of, we've got a ton of blue. We have a ton of black. We have a ton of um, red. A ton of different colors. So we, put them in as a separate load. And actually, with the black, it's like, we got at least 3 loads worth. Anyway, I've got to do some kind of laundry today because right now I'm wearing capris. Capris are the ones that are too short to be pants and too long to be shorts. Even the Bermuda ones. So, anyway, I'm wearing those and I'm overheating even though I've got a tank top on. So, yeah. Uh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm yawning. I got up once. I got up once in the middle of the night to go upstairs. And then when I came back downstairs, I discovered that my computer had taken it upon itself to restart and, do the update that it needed. I don't like doing that because when I do it, something is messed up when it comes back. It's supposed to all be back on the screen where it belongs, but it had the one file that I've been working on, forever. It had that open for Word, and it had um no, actually that's about all it had open, I think. I want to say it had one more thing open and I just can't think of what it was right now. But anyway, I had to open up if I remember correctly. I had to open up Speechlo and start it up again, sign in and everything, and didn't take that long, but still annoying that I had to do it. And then, I had to. Oh, it had two word. No, it had two word pages open. It had the one that I made the other day, and I can't remember what's on it. What is on it? Oh, okay. So I had written down somebody's Discord name, and the only reason why I did that is because I couldn't find the page to where you add friends. So, you know, they hadn't been. I don't. Okay, they dropped the Discord name and then they had to go out. I guess. That's the way they worded it. And so I was I wrote down their name and I tried desperately to figure out how to add them to Discord. I don't mind adding random strangers as long as they're nice, and if they're not, we'll find a way to unadd them. But I've had nothing but nice people. Um, yeah, I think I've only had like maybe one person that was kind of rude because it was um well had a few people that were kind of rude, but it was only because they were offering me art help, and I'm going, okay, well, this is what I need. And, I start up front. I cannot afford art help right now. I am literally using AI, and it's from, um, um, yeah, I think it's from Windows Paint. Yeah. What's it called though? Okay, it just says paint. So yeah, it's Windows Paint. Anyway, I'm using AI images from that, but the problem is that when you want people, it wants to make them all Japanese anime, whether you clicked on Japanese anime or not. And not all of my people are Japanese. In fact, I don't know if I have any people that are Japanese. I was starting to write. I was starting to write a book um, where they've gone to Tokyo and I think it was they walked out. They're there for a street race. Um, it's all Fast and the Furious. It's literally all Fast and the Furious's fault. And then all of a sudden we watched Initial D and we're like, oh, we want to watch the rest of this. So we got seasons 1 through 4, but we need season 5. So if the person put in charge for that, making it in English and all, is ever watching this, please bring season 5 back. Preferably to Walmart. It doesn't have to be to Walmart, but I need season 5 in English because otherwise I will be forced to come up with a fan story. Um, I'm gonna be wanting to come up with a fan story where the scenario that I think should happen is gonna happen, and that may not be where the story went, you know. I don't know. So, uh, where I think it should go is that Takami's girlfriend went to Tokyo to go to college. He's working, I think, with a moving company, um, or maybe it's parts distribution or something like that. Anyway, he gets to drive a truck, um, and he's, I think, still helping his dad out, and yeah, I'm pretty sure he's still helping his dad out. And I think his dad is getting a, um, his dad's talking to people about getting himself a different car. Like he's made the 86 the best car he can make it, and now he needs a new project car. So, or maybe he's going to have that epic battle between uh you know maybe Bunta, that's Takami's dad, is going to have an epic battle, between the two of them, and uh I don't know, but what I'm thinking needs to happen is, like, she comes home on Christmas break or spring break or something, and all of a sudden she's learned how to drive, and she's studying to be a really good street racer, and they have an epic battle. I don't know. I'm thinking that's what needs to happen, but I don't know. My other thought that I would came up with, I think a little while ago, uh, is that maybe she found a for now boyfriend, because she loves talking to me. So maybe she found a for now boyfriend, and uh, he's a street racer, and Takumi has to battle him for the lady's honor. I mean, for the lady's hand, kind of thing. And uh, maybe that ends up being the rival. Um, like I keep getting the idea in Initial D from 2010 that, oh yeah, because I didn't say that, it's the Japanese anime series from 2010 that needs to have season 5 be in English, and if there's a season 6, etc., I need those too, please. It's too good a series to just leave it at season 4. Oh, I was wondering why it sounded like Sean was talking. So Sean and Jesse are twins, so I gave them the same voice because I couldn't find one that was close, but like close but no cigar voice. Um, they're supposed to have two different voices, but be able to sound like the Sean's supposed to be able to sound like Jesse if he wants to, and Jesse's supposed to be able to sound like Sean if he wants to. Or in the case of um, Solitary, he needed to. So, anyway, that's going to be the problem. I really don't want to give away every little bit of the story, but, I got to get you hooked somehow. And I was really happy because I found out that there is a bookstore just down the street from us. It's not going to be just down the street from us after we move, but anyway, there's going to be there's a bookstore just down the street, and they were willing to, um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, they were willing to help spread the word by selling a few copies of my books, and I don't know if that's like breach of contract or anything, um, but I know that it's supposed to be like if you want to sell it anywhere else, you're supposed to pull it off of Amazon, and they make it really hard to do so. So, I actually do think that they're a good, um, you know, putting the book into book form. They're great at that. It's just some of the other stuff, like they don't do the advertising. You have to. And, um, and the fact that they do a 70/30, they get 70, you get 30. I did all the work. Why am I getting paid less? At the moment, it's because uh, I'm not making any money on my books. So, but like I said, I'm going with the flood the market and they will come. Ugh. You know, I wrote Alana into the story, and then the last thing that you um find out that she's doing is she's uh she and her boyfriend are giving each other extra special kisses, and then you know that they're going to go away to his house later that night, and that's like the last thing that you hear from her at all whatsoever. So I was thinking maybe I had to bring them back into the story somehow. The problem is that after I finish reading Solitary, I'm gonna want to read. I'm gonna want to read um, Holly's story, and it's gonna be. Holly is the captain's granddaughter, and she wasn't supposed to be taking out the ship that year. She's supposed to be 21 first, but she begged and pleaded even though she's not that kind of girl. She's more of the give me the ship keys and you live, you know. But in this case, she begged and pleaded with her dad and she got the ship. Well, Holly meets Mick in uh um oh, they were at Esperanza's party. I mean Esperanza's island, but it's Elena's party because something happened to Esperanza. I just kind of wrote her out of the book at that point. I don't know if I can't remember if I had her uh killed off by the uncles or by enemy pirates or if she just wasn't featured in that story, but for some reason, even though it's her island. And I never named the island. It's just Esperanza's Island. But anyway, um, another ship comes up, and I think it was Holly was talking to Elena, and it was, are you expecting any other, uh, you know, any other guests? And she's like, no, you're the last ones. And they just kind of um, float out there. They're not they're not coming in. They're not going out. They're just kind of there. Oh, I'm like, what are they talking about? 'Cause I'm listening to my story in the background, and I don't know. I think the way that I wrote it, it wouldn't be too bad, but to let y'all listen to it. But the one time I tried to do that on purpose, it didn't work. The volume was so low, it was not even funny. Um, I'd really like to get Fillmore Wondershare back again, but the problem with that is that you have to be able to re-up it every year, and there's just some years when we can't do it. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff I would love to get. Um, I'm still thinking about doing the DoorDash and like I'm kind of thinking DoorDash, pizza delivery, a whole bunch of that kind of stuff. And the reason why I want to do that is so I can help with the money situation in the house right now. 'Cause like I don't know if the rule is the rule and that's it, or if it's like you have enough money to pay for it in cash and it's all good. Um, and I have a plan for that too. If if it's that's the rule and that's it, then I totally have a backup plan. It's a little sneaky and underhanded, but just a little. Um, and I don't really think it's illegal. I would just simply have a relative buy it for us, if we had straight up cash to buy the house, and just have a relative buy it for us and then sell it to us in 10 years. Okay. Oh yeah, that part of my story is kind of funny. So, Jesse started like daydreaming, and he's um he's rowing a rowboat. So, the thing is that the rowboat's big enough that you need two rowers, one on each side. I don't mean one on each end. I mean, like left or right side. Anyway, you need two rowers, and Brandon's like, "Could you stop thinking? Could you stop thinking that? Because when you, uh, you know, ba- he's saying when you think thoughts like that, you go fast, slow, and it's hard to keep up. So like, they're never gonna get there if he keeps thinking that way. Anyway, it's funny. I think. Let me just say he's thinking about Chantel. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh no. I, w- I wanted to finish the colors. I got three more houses to go. Um, not counting this one. And anyway, I wanted to get them all done, but I wanted to do different parts of um Minecraft today. Maybe I'll just stay and do the houses because, like I said, I wanted to get a certain number of them done today. And what? Anytime you hear a digital cat, although I was told it doesn't sound like a digital cat, it's my husband. Okay. So we've got a rare treat coming to Reno on Thursday. And one of the things I want to do is go see that. um, okay, so Oscar Mayer has the what they call the weenie mobile. So it's a hot dog, the hot dog car that they have. And they're coming to Reno, and we started calling this one road um, on the way to Highway 80. Well, it's like you're on. I don't know. I want to say you're like on Highway 80, but I don't think that's what it is. Anyway, this one road that goes to Highway 80, we started calling it the Weenie Mobile Road or something like that because every time we went down it for a while, that was there. Um, anyway, so that is coming to Reno on Thursday, and I'm like, I want to see it. And we didn't know how I was going to be able to see it because I have to take father in law to dialysis Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And they were talking like Thursday, Friday, or Friday, Saturday. And it's confirmed it's like Thursday, Friday. So, uh, it's a little late for my birthday. We were hoping it was going to be, you know, this, the weekend that just happened. Um, that's what we were hoping it was. But it didn't end up being that. But it was okay because, um, we went to Denny's yesterday and, they know, my in laws know my birthday's on the 27th, but we celebrated it yesterday because of the fact that, um, I was going to have to take father in law to dialysis and my husband's working and, it just kind of when your husband has Saturday and Sunday off, it's just really hard to figure out when to have your birthday if it's on a Monday. So that's how we ended up doing it, and I still don't know how I can get through 8 hours. I'm gonna have to make sure that I kill it all the way by Wednesday because I just charged it last night. Kill it all the way Wednesday and um make sure I have a book. I mean, make sure I have enough internet to be able to read my book. I was confused though because it actually went to what it's supposed to be, and then it went back to black letters on a white page. I was very upset. Anyway, so it's like, I'm gonna be sitting there bored stupid on Thursday until we get to. What? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure.
Well, good morning. I'm Grace from State Records Division. This call is regarding the unclaimed funeral benefits currently flagged as.
So, my sister said something about being able to go to, what? Okay, my husband has a kind-hearted idea, but since he's usually in stores for like 8 hours or more, I don't see how we're going to do that. And there's no reason to take Thursday off except for the weaning mobile. So, how do you come up with SOT? What was that? SOTOEE when you're trying to type store. Well, maybe I ought to just continue. Anyway, that is kind of funny, but it didn't work. Ooh, the event is from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Um, Sounds pretty good, but I don't know if I would want to use their car to get them there. It's a little scary. It's a little scary because they've got little um Ford Taurus and hello. Really? Okay, fine. You called me. Obviously didn't expect me to answer. Rude. Anyway, they got the little Ford Taurus and I don't know if I want to um drive that in Reno. I think I would be really scared to drive that on the freeway. Oh, the island. Like I said, I'm listening to my stories, and um, I love, I literally love my stories. I'm just bad at advertising them because I'm like, the part that I think is the best may not be the part that you think is the best. You know, so I just don't know. The first part of this is the first part of this book. They've docked in New York, and Matt came to collect Pepper, his daughter, and they're gonna get the Eric and Belle later, I guess. Um, I don't know why he came to get Pepper and not Eric and Belle. Because Eric is his son and Belle is his second daughter. Maybe they don't have permission to go. Because Morgan and Hayden are their legal guardians. Um, anyway, Matt had a point in his life where he was very upset and he decided to take care of it with drinking. Because I think what was going on is, like Matt wanted to go back to New York, and Brittany is like, but the kids and the kids' lives are here, which would have been Ireland, and and she didn't want to go, but she wanted to be with her husband. So how does that work out? Anyway, they start arguing, and eventually they moved to New York. So the kids got left with Morgan and Hayden, and they became the legal guardians. Something like that. And like, maybe Child Protective Services got involved. I don't know. But anyway, whatever happened, Morgan and Hayden are final say on what happens to those three. So, um, like at that time, Matt was not. I mean, was probably declared not. Haven't written that part yet. I'm kind of writing it in my head, a little bit at a time, but just in my head. So anyway, like Matt's gonna be declared um not mentally stable enough to take care of the kids, and Britannia, she's like kind of a basket case because she's been arguing with Matt so much that arguing with Matt so much that um she's really not uh not okay to parent either, or at least that's the thought on the matter. So anyway, the thing is that they start arguing about something, and he starts drinking, and and maybe it was that they did go back to New York and she couldn't handle it because she's used to living in fictional Ireland, which is pretty much small town. There. Okay. We got the whole thing built. It's all good. So I was going to not have. I was going to not finish the last three houses. And then I'm like, well, I don't want to get confused because. I don't want to get confused because what color is this one? But technically. Okay, that one's going to get and be jungle. And this one's the one that's already the right color. There. That one's already the right color. This one. This color. Oh. Stop calling me! Oi! They're like, okay, she already answered twice. And it's like, well, yeah, I answered twice because you keep calling me with, like it says Wells Fargo or it says Beverly Hotel or something like that. I think that's actually a thing. I'm not entirely sure, but. Or at least that was in a movie. Anyway, that whole thing about Matt and Brittany not necessarily being um good parents at one point in their lives was to say that Matt has come over to pick up Pepper and he gets into a big old fight with William because they always get into a fight over a fight that happened 5 or 6 years ago, and William is being very truthful to the cops, and Matt is lying to them. He's just straight up lying. But they believe him because William's just a pirate. Okay, so anyway, Matt says he was just defending himself and William started the fight. William's saying I greeted him almost like a brother. And he came and hit me. So they don't believe William because, he's a pirate. But Matt is totally lying. William did, greet him almost like a brother. Okay. I need to finish eating my breakfast. I kind of ignored it. I got down to the big piece and just kind of ignored it because it's like my eyes are looking at it like that is too big of a piece. So when the fight's all over, the cops say that the pirates are on deck at that moment. Because there's Sean and Ashley and there's Sean and Ashley and I think Jesse and Chantel. No, Jesse and Chantel were down there already. So there's Sean and Ashley, Morgan and Hayden, William and Kat, Matt is by himself. Britannia runs a really nice, fancy restaurant um, in New York City, so. So, anyway, she's not there. But, anyway, they're going to be all taken downstairs in a moment here. Um, but Sean is standing next to Ashley, and the cops say if any of the cops, well, the head cop, he says that if any of the cops disappear, he's gonna hold Morgan and Ashley personally responsible. And she goes, "You can't do that. I'm only 15." But I think she was 14 at the time. But anyway, um, whatever age she is. And it turns out that he has a counteroffer for that one. Um, okay, I'll take all 13 of you and your siblings into child protective custody. Uh, y- um, Child services would come and pick them up. And they wouldn't be released until he deemed it necessary. And she goes, "You're worse than I am." But then she thinks of, no, I'd go to my Uncle Jake. Or, we'd go to our Uncle Jake, who's downstairs. Because it's down in Morgan and Hayden's will that he's the next one that gets custody of them. If, anything happens with Morgan and Hayden. Ugh. So my father-in-law has told us that when he was working pizza delivery, that he was making pretty decent money. Okay, so I just gotta finish this wall and the roof. Okay. That he was making pretty decent money. He was able to pay the mortgage and everything, And sometimes you get like $2,000 in tips a night or something. And it's like, wow. Um, so I kind of want to do that, but I'm afraid I'm going to find that house where, the guys have been drinking and, you know, um, do like woman and, like I am invited inside whether I want to or not. Um, I just got a very weird imagination. So it goes and tells me that could happen. Most people, they're just gonna, the pizza's gonna get dropped off. And, as long as you dropped it off, as long as you did it the way that the customer wants, you get the tip or whatever, and it's all good, you know. So I kind of want to do that, but I don't know if I can do that. They might require you to have a certain age vehicle, and I'm not going to be able to have that until I can get some kind of a, job, and I can't do that without, um, like, I can't do that without knowing where we're gonna land, and yeah. I keep thinking that would be really nice if I just walk into a casino, win the $100,000, and then I could pay off the stupid homeowners association and the HOA, um, and pay off a big chunk of the mortgage. But they've already, like, done whatever they needed to do to make it to where we don't have the house anymore, basically. I mean, we're still living here, but I just realized something. There's a bunch of rentals in Carson City, and you go and look online, and it says, you go and look online, and it shows you all the expensive ones. Okay, hold on. That should be coming up with the noise too. So I gotta go fix this again. Not entirely sure how. Oh, I think I click on her picture and then I can do what I need to do. That's hilarious. So, mom texted me happy birthday and she put a gif of a 3-layer chocolate cake. You know how they have like the really big circle on bottom and they have a smaller circle in the middle and then a smaller circle than that on top. That kind of cake. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a perfect example in a movie called Dunstan Checks In. Dunstan is a question mark chimpanzee. I know he's a primate of some kind. I think that generalizes it enough. Anyway, I think he's a chimpanzee, and the well, I'm gonna put it this way, but that's not, that's not exactly what I mean. It's like the hotel, it's like the hotel owner or something like that. But anyway, the HOA Karen person, um, it doesn't want there, um 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, um doesn't want Dunstan there, because he's wreaking havoc and the I don't know if it's okay. On Home Alone 2, there's the lady and literally Kevin's parents go, "What kind of idiots do you have running this place?" And she goes, "The finest in New York," or something like that. And that's not what she meant. She did not mean that she was an idiot. She just, uh, meant that, that they've got the finest people working there. Um, it's that hotel that is, there's Central Park, and then there's that hotel on the one corner of it or whatever. Um, I don't exactly know how to explain that part of it, but anyway, it's right there. So, we just need this one, and we're all good. Um, yeah, I still don't know what, like, maybe it's a, I was just thinking about that, that maybe it's a, thing where Eric and Belle don't really remember their parents. Because maybe they were so little when it happened. Maybe that's why they picked up Pepper and not all three. I don't know. Anyway, so when Dunstan checks in, there's a scene with a really big cake. It's like you would have had to have a walk-in oven for that cake. At least I think that's how you do it. Maybe like a pizza oven. But it would have had to been a big pizza oven. But anyway, I don't. That's one that I don't have that I've seen in the theater. Oh my goodness. Well, I also don't have Red Planet, but I can't really say that I saw that. I fell asleep. It was right after work. I was so tired. I fell asleep, and then I want to say we took a taxi home. Um, well, no, we couldn't have taken a taxi home. Maybe because I think we had our bicycles. Oh, I don't remember. Anyway, I don't remember anything about Red Planet except no, I remember something. Um, they were doing whatever they were doing. Um, I need to find that on I need to find that on Amazon and see if we can watch it. But something happened, like there was a big crater or something like that, and the robot um went into the crater, but like got jarred really badly. And then after that, I think the robot was really crazy and trying to kill everybody. But I don't really remember. I want to say Brad Pitt was supposed to be in that movie or part of that movie. And I don't remember. But it doesn't seem to be a movie that like anybody remembers. Much like The Bone Collector when it first came out, it had a different name. And if I remember correctly, it ended up that all of the bones were being collected under the mall escalator. I may be mixing up two movies, but I think that's what it was. And my dad's like, "You don't want to watch this one." I'm like, "Okay." But then it came out as The Bone Collector, and it's like, I mean, when it came out the first time, nobody liked it. And then when it came out the second time, it was like, "Oh, we love this movie," And, I'm thinking it's a horror flick because, like, horror flick like because, I'm thinking it's people bones that they're collecting, but I just thought of that. What if it's just dinosaur bones? You know, it could be dinosaur bones. I just thought of that. So maybe it's not a horror flick. Maybe it's, he's just collecting dinosaur bones. But anyway, I've never seen the movie. Well, I've seen like, little tiny pieces. Um, like I saw maybe a couple of minutes of, like maybe 2 minutes worth of the original, and then when it came out as Bone Collector, I don't think I've seen it at all. Like, I've seen what you can see on the commercial. Maybe. It's kind of creepy. um, and then, that's not the only movie that they did that with. The movie Tower of Terror, it's, I want to say it's a Disney movie. And it's got, Steve Guttenberg in it. And, Dunst, uh, Kirsten, uh, I don't actually remember her name. Hold on. I will find out. She was on, Spider-Man also. The Upside Down Kiss. You know? No! I'm probably spelling her last name wrong. Um, fine. Tower. Tower of. You would think with, no. I was gonna say. You would think with Tower of Terror at Disneyland. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. I'm pretty sure I'm saying. I don't know. No! Okay, then not. Oops. She's like the Kirsten Dunst. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, um, Kirsten plays Anna on that one, and Tower of Terror, and it's really funny because that movie came out in 1997, and then all of a sudden, somebody wants you to think that it actually came out in 2003. And I'm like, we saw that movie for Halloween time. At Halloween time, I think. That's when I would have it come out. 'Cause it's got ghosts. Um, I think we saw that at Halloween time in probably 1997, and I was expecting it to be out on videotape, DVD, whatever, in 98, and it wasn't. I was gonna ask for it for um for my birthday or something like that. And I'm not entirely sure Amazon was a thing then. Um, I don't know. But anyway, it wasn't, it didn't play that year. But like the the thing that my dad came up with for the back of my DVD case, it says it came out in like 2003, and it's like, that's really funny how she went back in time, because by 2003 she'd already had the upside down Spider-Man kiss, and didn't look like she was 16 anymore. She looked like she was at least 18, probably college age, because that's what Peter Parker's supposed to be, is college age. Um, but yeah, like everybody's going, "Oh, this came out before." I mean, that thing was saying, "Oh yeah, this came out before that." And it's like, no. It goes Tower of Terror, and then Spider-Man Kiss. But like they said, the movie was based on the ride, and it's like, no, the ride was based on the movie. And it also had, there was an episode of Full House where there was the bungee jumping grandma lady, and she thought for sensationalism she'd bungee jump in a bikini, I think it was. I think it was a bikini. Anyway, some kind of swimsuit. And it's the episode where, like, um I think Jesse was saying he wanted to, mm, like Jesse was saying that he wanted to do it, but then he's like, no. Or maybe he was just no the whole time. But Rebecca was like, Becky was like, I want to do this. I'm going to do this. And Jesse's like, you ain't going without me. So they ended up bungee jumping together. It they were gonna turn around. I think it was they were gonna turn around and say, "Oh heck no," and they went anyway. I'm the type that is like, I've got a perfectly good bridge. I'm good. I'll stay on top of it. Of course, I'm also the one that was, um, I had all of the, or have, I'm not sure which, all of the VeggieTales movies, up to a point. Up to a point. Um, oh, not all of them, but I have most of them. Um, so anyway, I have most of them. Like I got Lord of the Beans, and I think I've got, uh, I think it's Duke and the Great Pie War. Not sure about Duke. Doesn't sound right. Because usually they use the name of the VeggieTale character that they're gonna use, but maybe it is Duke. I don't know. But anyway, and a whole bunch of different VeggieTales movies. So one of them, I think it's Where's God When I'm Scared. Um, the very first one. They've got a song. Um, Junior Asparagus was supposed to be going to bed, and he's watching this scary movie. So he wanted to finish it, and I don't know if he was allowed to finish it, or if he was, or or if he went to bed. Instead, I don't know. I can't remember. But anyway, he's only like, 7 to 10 years old. So his imagination was telling him that the monster on the screen was going to come and get him, you know. And obviously, monsters don't come out of the TV to come get you. But, you can't tell that to a kid because they're not going to understand. Their imagination is saying that monster is going to come and get you. Like, like when I'm watching a dinosaur movie, I know that that's not real, but I'm wondering, that would be kind of cool if you had a controlled environment. If you could have a controlled environment, so it's like at the zoo and you could see it from far, far away and you knew you weren't going to have any kind of problems. Um, like maybe, um, like maybe have like a, uh, like helicopters going around or boats, something like that, and you could watch them from afar. You know that they're real, but they're you're watching them from afar so they can do their dinosaur thing and they don't feel threatened. But I got a silly question. If they can go make them all girls, supposedly, if they can go make them all girls by just doing one little thing with the um uh that they took out the organisms or whatever. I'm getting the word wrong, I'm sure. Um Chromosomes. That sounds right. Anyway, they took out the thing that makes them be able to be male. But the problem is that they screwed up and they used frogs, frog DNA that could be girls and could be guys and just switch automatically from one to the other. And I don't know how God did that. That was so weird because frogs really can do that. Uh, a certain kind of frog, but it can actually do that, and it's just so weird. It's like, put that on the list. I want to know how he did that. I don't know if I'm going to care when I get to heaven, but I really don't know if I'm going to care or if I'm just going to like automatically know. As long as it's not like Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull and you go, I want to know, and then all of a sudden your head is basically exploding. As long as it's not like that. Well, we got 12 minutes to finish this. And then, I don't know, I kind of liked it yesterday when I didn't just stay in one area. I went to a whole bunch of different areas. Um, I liked that better. So, hopefully, we'll be able to come up with something. Even if it's just go into the Disney World file and make, I mean, not make, but, watch the fireworks. Oh no, we could go on Tron, we could go on Dumbo. I wouldn't be able to watch it if we went on Dumbo, but we could go on Dumbo. There's a whole bunch of different things that we could do. So, yeah, I want to work on my story today as much as I can before I have to drop father-in-law off. Hopefully, I will get it done by the time I have to drop father-in-law off. Um, I like to leave at 2:50, but I actually found out that leaving at 3 was even better. So, or 2:55, whatever it was. Anyway, it was really close to 3. I think we actually left at 3, and we got him there right on time. So, that was with good, good traffic and everything. Um, so, the other day, there was a person, apparently they were driving, um, down from Tahoe, or at least this is the guess. They were driving down from Tahoe, and they were trying to make the left-hand turn, and instead of um, making the turn going on his way, he hit the um what do you call that thing? The traffic light pole. I don't know what to call it at the moment, but he hit that instead, and it's like, wow, because he had dry concrete in his truck. I don't exactly know what that meant. Like maybe the sand, it in sand form or something. I don't know. But anyway, he had that, and apparently the truck tipped over and spilled the contents, and it was not good. And you could see the big old dent. One, two, three, four. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Anyway, you could see the big old dent in the pole. So for a while there, they had a truck holding up the pole, and I guess they were waiting for parts or something because they, had that truck up there for a few days, like at least all last week, I think. And then all of a sudden, yesterday, we saw it's all good. It's finally uh it wasn't not running, it just it needed a little help to stand up, needed a little help from its friends. That's a song. um I don't remember who sings it though. I want to say somebody like the Beatles. So anyway, it's called A Little Help from My Friends, if I remember correctly. And yeah, all we have to do is finish that wall, and we're good. I was gonna say, what color's that one? Duh, it's already done. Hello. I got a question. What color's this one? Pink again. Okay. There's a lot of pink 2 stories. Speaking of pink 2 stories, just because I remembered it, there is, or was, hopefully is, because it looks really nice. I think it's like a hot pink. I think it's a hot pink. And I saw it on, in Ireland. Not entirely sure exactly where, but, southern, West Southern Ireland, I think. Anyway, I was going down this one road on the Google map, and I, went a little too far, and I'm like, wow, because, like, everything else is green, green grass and green trees and, I mean, the top, the leafy part, it was green. And then all of a sudden there's this pink house. And I didn't know what I don't know if it's a residence or if it's a business or what it is. But I just thought it was really cool. And, I was kind of thinking that that might be another reason why my world got corrupted, not last year, 24. April 2024, it got corrupted. I think that's um, because of all the redstone that was being used in that one. I didn't think it was going to mess it up, and then it really messed it up. So, yeah. Anyway, so, we've got all of this to go. And that's, well, I can't say and that's it because, gotta go around the corner and do the other side, but. Oh, Paige is not boyfriend. Okay, yeah. So, Paige has an apartment with her friend. Um, yeah. Paige has an apartment with her friend Oliver. And I kind of want to say that they've had that since like freshman year of high school or something. Um, but they're telling her dad that this was going to be the first year that that happened. But they've had that apartment for a while. They've been kind of see, and then this is what we have for over here. We've got all those businesses. Maybe I ought to make them smaller. Not the movie theater, but maybe I would make these smaller. I don't know. Because I don't like the I'm going to have to go and grab those colors and see if I can make them those a little smaller, those three a little smaller, and make the bar a little bit bigger. That's the only problem with. Oh yeah, this one doesn't have the driveways and pathways. Anyway, I'm gonna have to go and figure it out. So, yeah, somewhere along this street is supposed to be the library, the community center, and where the community center is where the book where everybody thought the captain came back, but the captain wasn't even there. Turns out that Sean is at a wine tasting event at the community center, and his wife watches him go, and but she knows that the guy that came back out of that bathroom is not Sean. It doesn't feel right when it's not Sean. So, well, I guess we can't do fireworks then. Guess we'll just do two things today. Anyway, she knows it's not Sean, but she doesn't understand because Sean and Jesse are not triplets. So if this is not Sean, who is it? are they wearing a mask? She's kind of curious too. So, yeah, she's kind of curious about what's going on here. And yeah, she doesn't understand, but so it turns out that that other person is not very nice. But, she can't see that it's anybody but Sean. It just doesn't make any sense. So, yeah. Anyway, I write books and they are available on Amazon in hardback, paperback, and ebook. They ship everywhere Amazon ships to, and they're available for free shipping on orders of $25 or more. Um, oh shoot. I could be really nice and advertise that bookstore, and I just don't remember what its name is. So, Pirate's Daughter, Misfortune, and Hard Times are $26 each. Bookstore on Curry. Okay, it says Bub's Bookstore. I could have sworn it was Bob's. What do you mean closed? It's Monday. They're closed on Mondays. Oh, I was wondering. I was really wondering why they'd be closed on Mondays, but I just realized some people have, um, they go to church on Mondays because they're, Catholic or something. So like instead of going on Sunday, they go on Monday. So that could be it. Um, what? Okay, so it's also showing Browser's Corner, a corner bookstore, which is over by the library. It's literally right across from it here in Carson City. And then, oh, okay. And then I mean, in MA, so I'm guessing Massachusetts. Not sure. Anyway, Milton, MA, there's Curry College Bookstore. But yeah, I'm thinking of Bubs or Bobs or whatever that said. Um, Stop it. There we go. Yeah, they're closed today and they open up uh uh so Bub's Bookstore, I could have sworn it said Bob's, um is closed on Mondays, but it opens back up at 10:30 on Tuesday. And they've only been here since June, so I was like, I got to give them a shout out. Um Pirate's Daughter, Misfortune, and Hard Times are $26 each in the hardback. Esperanza's Party is 24, The Island is 25, Lessons in Love is 27. Coral is not available in hardback at this time. All of my pirate books, Pirate's Daughter, Misfortune, Hard Times, Esperanza's Party, The Island, Lessons in Love, when it comes out, Test in Love, um, $20 each for the paperback. But Coral is a lovely bargain at $6. Um, oh, that's the other thing I had yesterday. Okay, I have my toast and I have my leftover rice from the night before. I was trying to remember. So for ebook, Coral is $2.99. Pirate's Daughter is $3.05. Esperanza's Party is $3.05. All of the others are $5 each. If you're watching me on Twitch right now, please follow and chat. If I'm trying to get better at actually turning on Twitch when I'm streaming, And I did it today. I did it yesterday and I did it the day before. So, yeah, I don't always catch everything when I'm supposed to, but I'm working on it. Or at least I'm trying to work on it. I have to have chatters to work on that, so please help me with that. Um, and then if you're watching me on YouTube right now, please like, share, comment, subscribe. We need 1,000 subscribers. We've only got like 567 or 73 or something like that. Um, but I'm grateful for every single one of them. I am grateful for all 65-ish of my followers on Twitch as well. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But we do need 1,000 subscribers for YouTube. And, okay, like, share, comment, subscribe. Notification bell. Please get those valid public watch hours up. We need 4,000 of those. Please buy my books. I want to be able to get a nice apartment, not just something that we're settling for. Um, or like one of those, I don't mind a manufactured home, but one of the ones that he was looking at had wooden, uh, like a wooden pattern on the inside for the walls, and I'm like, ew. It, I will say childhood trauma of Aunt Mickey's place, because I think it had those same kind of walls, and I'm like, don't want to go there. Um, anyway, I all of a sudden decided to do this real quick. Okay, we'll do these two then. Um, yeah, I'm also wanting to say today that you are special, you are important, and if you're going through something like what we're going through, where we're having to live in an apartment after living in a condo for so long, um, it'll get better. This is actually the longest that we've ever lived in a place together. So, I've got an idea of the only way, literally the only way I'm going to be able to, um, the only way that I'm going to be able to help out at the moment, because I want to help out with the bills. I also want my husband to quit yelling at me about it, because there's no way that I can do that right now. I want to be able to help out with the bills though. Or at least, if we're going to the store and I'm feeling salad, that we can go and get whatever salad I want to get. We usually buy those little, bowl salads at Walmart, and they're not always the best because they've, maybe been sitting in there for a few days, and, the lettuce is getting red, and it doesn't necessarily have all the stuff that I want it to have. Like I want it to have bacon bits, I want it to have cherry tomatoes, um, um, maybe croutons, um, and I kind of like that cheese that one of my salads comes with. It comes with like uh, white cheese, and it doesn't it doesn't taste like any cheese I've ever had before, but it kind of tastes good. Um, Sunflower seeds, might be good in there too. I don't know. Anyway, there's more stuff that I would like to put in that salad than what comes with it. Um, Technically yesterday I wanted to go all the way to Reno so we could go to Red Robin, and if we're going to be spending that much money anyway, why didn't we go to Red Robin? I think he was trying to get me to um you know uh I think he was trying to get me something special. So, like, I didn't want to go to Denny's. I wanted to go to um Dairy Queen, so maybe there'd still be some left over so he can have lunch and stuff. 'Cause he's like, uh, he was feeling a little bit dizzy before he left, and, I wonder if that's maybe because uh, he doesn't eat breakfast. I don't know how the heck he was supposed to be, eating lunch today. You can't work and not eat. I don't know. I don't know. I'm worried a little bit, but I think I'll be fine. Um, uh, like I said, I don't know how, but um, I was just thinking that if this part was pulled off already, it wouldn't be a big deal. So I am going a little over my 11 o'clock. I've been getting off at 11. I've been actually hopping off here at 11 o'clock the last few days, and well, the last couple of days, and I'm pretty happy about that. But I'm also kind of thinking that it would be good to. Here we go. I'm also thinking that it would be good to pre-record tomorrow's videos and just kind of take a day off. An actual day off. But I really can't do that. I want to try to get the book done. So, it's like I could do it. I would have to really push myself, and I could do it, but I don't really want to do it that way. So, I'm going to try to get it done by the end of the month, and if I fail, it is kind of okay, and I've just been trying to get it done chapter by chapter. Um, this chapter is 4 pages. The one before it was 2 pages. I don't know how much the next one is, but I'm just like I'm trying to get it done, and it's just a little bit driving me crazy. Just a little bit. Because, like, not yesterday, but I think it was the day before, one of the things that was really driving me crazy was the fact that it said, like chapter 61, bedtime, or whatever it really was. And actually, it might have been bedtime. Or, bedtime chat or something like that. I try to make them 2 words. Obviously, if it doesn't need 2 words, like, it's all about Thursday, then, just put Thursday, but no more than 2 words. I try. And then if I can't do no more than 2 words, I try to go and make it to where it's a quote in the chapter. Like, can't think of any quotes right now. And it's one of my favorite quotes. Uh, it could be something like Ashley, I love you, and then that will be the chapter title. If that's like the words that I like the most. Or or Morgan just found out that her son uh kissed a girl at school, so it might be Alexander or something like that. That was the first son that popped into my head. Because there's Jack, Logan, Alexander, and Adam. I remembered Adam, but I couldn't remember if I got all the other 3. So, um, that's something that needs to happen too. How how big of a difference is there in the ages of Ashley and Jack, and what month is he born? And it only matters because if it's past November, it's fine. Well, if it's past November 10th, it's fine. But if, like, say, Jack's birthday is on April 25th, then instead of being like 10, she might be 9, because she hasn't had her birthday yet. So, like, I try to think of those things. I don't think of it as just a year anymore. I think of it as, has she had her birthday yet? With my niece, she was born in January, so I don't have to worry about it so much. But with my other nieces and my nephews, I have to be like, okay, today is, and okay, she hasn't had her birthday yet. Or, oh yeah, okay, so she's had her birthday, she's this age. Because all of a sudden we'll be spontaneously going, how old is, you know, insert name here, because, I came up with a name, but I don't know if they want to be mentioned by name in my video. So, she is an adult, but still stranger danger. So, um, wow, this is probably gonna go until 11:30 at least. Yeah, like right there, most of the kids were happy to get the kids out of the house, so to speak. They're on ship. They're sailing somewhere. Oh, I think they were sailing back home. Um, and so the thing becomes that, some of the parents are getting, um, some of the parents want to have some alone time with their spouse, and they can't do it because the kids are there all the time. It's not like they can go and go into their room and do what they want, and then, come back out later and find out what the kids need. And on ship, they kind of go with the takes a village to raise kids thing. That is not a direct quote, and it sounded horrible when I said it. Not horrible in a like a squishing up a baby bumblebee way, but why was it a baby bumblebee anyway? It's probably because bumblebee just didn't sound right. That sounds like something that my brother would have came up with. It literally goes squishing up a baby bumblebee. Won't my parents be so proud of me? That sounds like Sid from Toy Story, you know? Definitely sounds like something he'd do. Except for the singing part. Or that kid on Mickey's House of Villains has this part where Goofy dressed up in, I think it's yellow tights, and he's a fairy. And they're supposed to be using their wands to open up the flowers in the morning and then close them at night. And, Goofy's character is Goofy. So, I mean, they all looked like him, but, he's the one that, messes up all the time. I can't remember what the exact deal was. But anyway, he kept messing up. So then all of a sudden, the. Hold on, I think somebody's doing something that they're not supposed to be doing. Anyway, the king of the fairies gets well, I want to see if it's a bag or a kitty cat, and get down because I don't want you getting my pancakes. Okay, there's you. There's him. Okay, it looks like it just fell down. So it kind of stinks because usually you get cake and ice cream for your birthday. I'm just going to get cake. Because thanks to yesterday, we don't have enough money for ice cream. I didn't want anything fancy. Like going out to Baskin Robbins or something like that, right? I just wanted to get the ice cream that you get at Walmart. The little Great Value. Not Barnes & Noble size. Ben & Jerry's size. I don't like Ben & Jerry's, so... But, I don't like Ben & Jerry's, but that's not the reason why I got their name wrong. It's just because my brain likes to go on autopilot, and... anyway, my brain likes to go on autopilot, and I'm, having more pancake. And, make me sound like a crazy person, so... Oh! Okay, so my pancakes are not hot in any way, shape, or form. But I saw that John Snyder, who played Bo Duke on the Dukes of Hazzard, and I think Uncle, what's his name? I never watched the show, so I don't know his name, but plays the uncle on Smallville. I did not know that. That might make me want to watch it. Um. Anyway, says John and Dee Dee's happy 250th birthday America tour, episode 1 teaser and link. So they went to all 50 states, and it was kind of hard for them because they were still apparently he still goes to places and puts on a show. So, he sings. Um which I think is really weird because Denver Pyle sounded really good. Tom Wopat, who plays Luke Duke, sounded really good, but they were singing this one song, and I don't remember if it was the one where um it, it's it ended in um I can't make that noise. Uh, it was and she was gone, something like that, and I don't know if it was that song or if it was one of the church sounding songs. But whatever they were singing, John's voice didn't mesh with theirs very well. And I don't know if this is just my opinion or if it's, like everybody's opinion, but it didn't mesh very well. It, it sounded like he could be a good singer, but, and I know he is because I've got the Dukes of Hazzard CD, and it has it had uh they've it's kind of like a, well, I guess it's kind of like an Elvis movie where you got the storyline and the singing, but it's a CD thing. So so they're having a race in Hazard County, and like people have come from all over, like even France and stuff, to be in this race. And of course, the Duke boys think they're going to win, as always. And so they have, laughing all the way to the bank, and I think I need to find that CD. Anyway, they got like laughing all the way to the bank, and uh, I think it's called sitting in the driver's seat. And something about brown eyes, I think. Cover girl eyes, that's what it was. And um um Roscoe's got a song about his dog Flash, but I always thought Flash was a girl, and then he's saying he. I mean, I guess you could call boy Velvet Ears, but they're always saying her in the TV show. So I thought that was very rude of them to just like all of a sudden change what the dog was. I mean, I understand about. Well, actually, I don't. Never mind. I'm gonna take that back. I don't understand why Lassie, a girl dog, was a laddie. It makes no sense to me. Could you not teach a girl dog the same tricks? I mean, comment on Full House was actually Air Bud, and he knew all kinds of tricks. Um, I can't remember what sport Air Bud the original was. I want to say it was basketball, but I don't know. But anyway, he had all kinds of tricks up his, in his basket of tricks that he could do, and um and apparently he knew how to do some kind of trick. Somebody knew how to jump through a hoop. One of the dogs, they were having it. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, like the Tanner girls were saying that their dog was the best because he could do this one trick, and Kimmy's like, big deal, my dog sings. And oh, what's his name? I can't remember his name. He's okay. It's gonna come out sounding bad, but not meaning to sound bad. Um, the black kid, Taj Mowry, his character. Um, I can't think of his name on the show. But anyway, he's got a little wiener dog or something like that that knew how to do a trick, and um and so they've got like 5 or 6 dogs there, and they're all doing their tricks. And that was the episode where DJ was trying to help the guy. He's got Alzheimer's, so like every once in a while, like a lot of the time he's normal. Uh, you know, he's normal. He remembers everything, but then all of a sudden he'll start calling DJ Gloria because that was his daughter. And I know that uh, I know that for the storyline, they didn't say where Gloria was. Like maybe she got run over by a car, or anyway, in a car accident somehow, or something like that. Um, Maybe she's still alive. Like, why wouldn't she be there? Is the question. But anyway, he's in this care facility that's that's prepared to um take care of him until he eventually passes away. And you know, DJ's like, but he's a really good friend. Why'd this happen? And you know, all that drama kind of stuff. But she was genuinely upset for him because he's having to go through this. Like she finally told her dad what was going on. And or no, I think the care facility called him, and the nurse came over, and I'm going to call him Terrence because I don't remember what his name was. But she goes, Terrence, are you allowed to be out of the care facility? He goes, no, but I was having fun, or something like that. Anyway, DJ got to, learn about that kind of thing, and she decided that she wants to keep going to visit him because he needs a friend. Danny was, you know, saying that he needs a friend right now because, whether he remembers her or not, that he needs a friend right now. So she decided that she's going to keep visiting. And in the Christmas episode for season 8, wait, was it season 8 or season 6? I mean 7. Anyway, one of those Christmas episodes. Um, uh, Jody, Stephanie. There you go. Stephanie and Michelle were like, presents, 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 presents. And Jesse thought of a really great present to get the girls to teach them the real meaning of Christmas. And Stephanie's like, oh boy, Toys R Us. Well, Toys R Us would be closed. Hello. Christmas Day and all. So that was kind of a dumb thought. But anyway, um, you know, true meaning, they're trying to teach her the true meaning of Christmas. And it turns out that he took them to a homeless shelter, um, where there's a whole bunch of people that don't have a place to live. They don't necessarily have presents, but they're having a they're only having Christmas uh because of the shelter, you know, and but it ended up a good thing because they both got to help set up and make sure that everybody had a good time. And Jesse said something about sneaking in a holiday version of Hound Dog, which I don't understand how you could do that, but whatever. I'm thinking that maybe, uh, unless I made this up, that Elvis sings White Christmas, so he could have sang that. I'm dreaming of White Christmas. Um, Dang, we only have today and the next 3 or 4 days left of July, and then you can't have Christmas in July anymore. You could be totally silly in a good way and have Christmas in August. In fact, I think the Christmas stuff will start showing up in Walmart any day now. I may be exaggerating. But they've been having Christmas stuff in the store so early that I swear one of these days it's just gonna be on time. You're not eating my desk, are you? If you're chewing on my desk, I'm gonna stop you. I don't know what was going on. There was like a wooden sound, and she was the one moving around, so it could not even be her. I don't know. Anyway, we're just gonna get the. Okay, this is past 11:30. Of course, they're not gonna ask before they go there. That's something I was toying around with. Is that um, I keep throwing it out there that um, Sean's wife or Ashley's husband, whatever. Um, but I really can't say some things without saying exactly who that person is. And much as it pains me to actually say who it is, because I want you to read my books to find out, um, I totally forgot what I was talking about. Oh, yeah. Okay, so at one point, I was gonna have Sean marrying Ashley after he finds out um about their daughter Daisy, and and they got married by Noah. And then later, when everybody can be there, they, did like a renew their vows thing. And they did a renew your vows thing, so it looks like it's the first time. I'm still thinking about adding that. Okay. So, if I don't continue this today, if I do continue this today, maybe by the time you get back to seeing what is happening over here, we'll have, um, we'll have the floor put in, and we were gonna have it to where there was more houses over here, but like I said, I decided that I didn't want it to be like that. I wanted um the businesses on that side of the street. So my son did not understand that, and he was asking, "Do you want it done or not?" And then I said, "Fine, put it in," you know, something like that, because I got a little mad that he was trying to dictate what happens in my world. He doesn't like when I dictate what happens in his world, or like when I build something entirely out of pink, because, that's one of my favorite colors. Um, like I built an entirely pink little area in one of his worlds. It was supposed to be like like the I think the house was supposed to be. The world was supposed to be like all medieval and stuff, but I didn't really know how to build that. Like I know how to build a really good castle, but we wanted to build the castle first, and then. So I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing, so I just went off and built a uh, pink house, and then somehow pandas got in it. Or maybe I made the house out of bamboo and then I made another one out of pink. Something like that. I know I made a pink house. That's all I know. And it looked really good, but I don't even know if they have that world anymore. And because it was a it was a world where uh, our son and our nephew were working on it together. I don't know if they still have that world. Be interesting if they did. Anyway, I have to go upstairs, so I'm going to use that as my excuse to quit, at least for now. I'll stop streaming and keep going. Um, okay, so what I could do, because the problem is that um, I end up using so much time in the morning, and that's like when I want to work on my story. So I don't know if I like need to change the time of my stream, or if I don't know if I need to change the time of my stream, which doesn't work. It does not work. I want to stay 8 to noon or 11, whichever. I want to stay there because that's when I can get it done. But I spend so much time in the morning that I'm like no longer wanting to work on my story after I do that. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure out something. Anyway, I will see you in the next stream or video.